Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? I don't know. Oh. My girlfriend was looking at our rats kind of concerned, and I was like, what's happening? How's everyone doing? We're back. We're gonna blah, blah, blah. We're gonna play some more Satisfactory. Because even though we're done with Ficsmas, we discovered there were fireworks. So I built a fireworks factory. I guess maybe a New Year's thing? Or maybe just a celebration. You know, you did Ficsmas. Or you made it, I don't know. But I built a fireworks factory. And, but there's still more factoring to do. So probably, swap over so you can see the game. Not that I'm in yet. And we've been playing on the experimental servers. So we're no longer hosting on my computer. Well, not on my gaming computer. We have a hosting computer now. My fix-it tip today, is it Thursday yet? 2 more days. So it looks like the firework I stuck on Nelly is now gone. I can't move yet. Gotta wait to sync up. Or maybe it's actually still here because I see a bunch of plants that shouldn't be here. Maybe things need to pop in as it syncs up the state of everything. You can do it. Can move. These plants are still here. They shouldn't be here. Well, Nelly doesn't seem to have the firework I stuck on her last time. Okay, the plants are gone now. But the firework is missing. Maybe it'll appear if she logs in. Don't know. Might just be gone. It was an experiment because we figured out I could stick fireworks to people. And it stays when they log out, but that might be a client-side thing. Maybe if I was hosting, it would disappear the minute they logged out. Who knows? Up there is the fireworks factory. We're making fireworks. Still needs lights up there. We haven't got lights up there. Plus, I need to make it so it's not a floating factory. And a lot of the stuff up here can be torn down now. Oh, that thing's still there. I guess that's going to be there forever. That firework that got put on the floor. Oh, well. Yeah, they're probably slightly hacked in, so they act a bit weird on belts. Might have been a last-minute addition to the game. But yeah, everything gets manufactured here. It's like, we should be producing enough presents. This isn't getting enough, though. Still hung up on speed somewhere. So it took us it took me all session yesterday to build this. Looks like everything's quite running smooth. This hitches up a little bit. Everything up here is getting enough. There's a Sputnik downstairs that they don't go for. That's where there's a Sputnik, and one of them likes to live in it, and another one was in there, so there's a bit of a surprise and confrontation, apparently. Be out and about a bit later, getting brain in order. Okay, Nelly. No problem. Do we want to upgrade this? We're gonna. Let's go ahead. Oh no. So apparently when I do that, it breaks the connection. There's these ports are a little bit buggy. Seems like when I upgrade the one up there, it breaks down below. And now it's broken up there. Okay. Yeah, if you upgrade belts in the floor ports, it breaks them. Belts get broken. Oh no, it's doing the thing again. Come on. I don't think they like being upgraded. I'll have to get rid of that. Basically, I have to reinstall it. Go in at all. Gonna pixel hunt for this thing. Oh, I regret touching it. I can't find the upgrade. Come on. You can do it. Where are... Oh, oh. Wait, no. Things are a little bit janky. There we go. There's the pixel. Should be functioning now. It's been mapped out. There are enough trees producing gifts. The problem is the belt ratios aren't quite right. Maybe there's something upstairs. Because we're not, we're producing enough to only need a tier 3 belt up here. I think we determined it was 205 gifts. So everything up here is getting what it needs. Okay. My voice sounds rough today. Okay, maybe everything is getting what it needs now. Looks like it might be. Once these machines fill up. Found the matches for Mikey clip. Definitely gonna add it to the points routine. Nice. I wanted to just hear it. These fireworks are so not quite right. Some machines aren't. I'm gonna guess it's a saturation thing. It's probably branches they're short on, right? Yeah. The thing of it is, the fireworks are seasonal, because once the Ficsmas event is over, the trees stop producing gifts. So we're one of those seasonal pop-up factories. Let me grab some branches to fill up these machines down here so we can get going at optimal capacity. Because we're going to shut off pretty much everything out here except the snowball maker. Unless I can create like a mini branch off where I can make the snowball maker and we just have one explosives factory. Well, one seasonal explosives factory because we're not making nobelisks here. Maybe we can make a little snowball shed. We don't need any of this stuff anymore. These are all just making fireworks we're not using. Okay. So let's go ahead and disassemble and hope I've got the inventory space. What are these? These are sparkly fireworks. Just cut off the source here. Okay, we'll let those round out. Wow, power is up and down. It goes up to meet the blue line and then it shies away from it. I think. Well, okay. I know you said something and I stupidly did not unmute Discord. There we go.
It's the gas guy who's just doing that. It's intended behavior.
Okay.
The batteries are supposed to catch the difference.
Okay. We'll let this stuff work through its backlog. Yeah, so a little... Yeah, we're actually almost full on snowballs, but like I say, I want to... Maybe if somehow these things magically get full before Ficsmas is over, create like a little warehouse shed or something. With more crates for stuff. Yeah, because I need to incorporate the snowball making. Be a little offshoot here or something. So we need to get some lights in here. Those lights aren't very ambient. They're very... what's the word I'm looking for? Problem is, these wall outlets you can't upgrade. Or can you? Actually, I think there is a ticket upgrade for these things. trying to get my brain to do things here. I put that there. Temporarily shut off this part of the factory. It's like the lights are nice, but they're very just like... Don't know if I want to put 100 of these things down just to make this room lit up. Maybe I'll think about it. Oh, that's a large billboard. Are we making oscillators anywhere? Pure quartz crystal, okay. How do these billboards work? I've never used them before. Bigger billboard. We got images here. So Wiggler was telling me yesterday these fireworks are probably hacked in, one, the way they act on the belts, and two, it seems they don't have a icon here in the billboards. So they might have just really hacked this in really fast. I entirely forgot, but the The fireworks were in the Update 5 trailer. But you can only unlock them for Ficsmas, so curious about that. Mission strength. Let's go glossy or matte. Glossy or matte. Yeah. Tone it down just a little bit. It's a shame you can't create like a subtext on these. Something like that. There we go. So we manufacture matches for Mikey Fireworks, a subsidiary of Moon Inc. Oh, the background though. How do we get the background? Here we go. So what is this? Select it. Ah, okay. Yeah, I like that. To make more oscillators, though. Got an idea. Sure, there's a factory to run, but I gotta deal with branding. No, I'm full. What can I grind up here? Probably all this stuff. crafty doodle down here? I guess I can make one. Didn't matter. I'm out of cable. Cable again. Also, I appreciate whoever cleaned up the copper production over there. It was on the to-do list. Not my to-do list, but it was on the to-do list. Back in there. Now, the problem is I can't get up there to mess with the settings. So we'll have to temporarily lay out some foundation. Has the teeny tiny horse taken over the world yet? We're getting there. My world domination plans are still in action. Except I ran out of concrete. I can't take over the world without concrete. How you doing, Digi? Oh shit, ladder. My flappers don't work in this world. My wings are strictly for show. As for whatever reason, there's no magic here. So I can't fly. Certainly a sentence you just heard. And you can hear many more like them. With a daily or weekly viewing of my channel. I want to copy the settings of this sign. I'm labeling my factory. The matches for Mikey Fireworks. Copy settings. Now if I can reach this. Huh. Oh no, I can't reach it. Paste. Paste. Oh, the copy settings and paste. Either maybe it doesn't work on different size signs. Copy, 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 copy. Paste. No, it doesn't work. Unfortunate. So I have to set it up myself. Save sign settings. There we go. Copy those. It's branding. We got to deal with branding here. Smaller than I thought it would be. Celestia got Discord banished. Got Discord to banish you to flightless, magicless world. Well, if there's no magic, then I can't fly. Yeah, you can still see it. Almost wish for one just slightly larger. Do it on one more side, though. What the hell? Did I just suddenly appear at the floor, or did I blink?
I had a glitch too.
I was climbing down a ladder, and then suddenly I took damage as I was on the floor. The server doesn't like what I'm doing. Where's the sun on this side? It's above that window. Kind of overhung the lower window a little bit. Now I have to get... It's the I like the default sign. It's like it knows me. It knows I'm up to something. We might put this factory on its own circuit as well, so if we're still playing when Ficsmas is over, we can just we can shut off its power and it'll not count towards the overall power rating. So it should be on the paste settings. Ah, that works. Okay. Because they just don't work for different size signs, which is a little weird because there's nothing, all the settings are the same. There. Okay, we've got a bit of branding going on now. Let's see, these things still have a bit of a backlog to work through. These have quite a backlog to work through. Some of this stuff I can get rid of. Like this doesn't need to be here. I definitely like the sign though. It's beautiful. And our product is made with 100% Ficsmas cheer. Fully sustainable. Because it's all made from Ficsmas trees. The secret is the trees aren't actually producing the gifts. We're pulling them from some quantum dimension. We're stealing Christmas from somewhere else. We gained the assistance of a very fuzzy green fellow. Seemed very excited to help us offload these gifts into our dimension. We can start kind of cleaning this up now. How are you still working? Wow, still working through the backlog. Like I say, I'll just let them. Well, no, I want to finish off getting the snowball maker done. So I kind of need this space because we're gonna create like a little a small shed over here or something. And we'll clear out the rest of this. Although we actually need to produce a bit of snow on the side because some of the Ficsmas recipes do require it. Actually, the thing of it is after Ficsmas is over, you can't even build anything Ficsmas related. This entire, unless they change it this year, this entire tab disappears. So once Ficsmas is over, you can't even access the tab. The trees stop producing gifts and you're unable to build. I find that a bit silly. I don't think that's necessary. But yeah, producing a bit of snow on the side. Maybe a little bit, maybe a micro snow factory. And then we can just, like I say, clear off the rest of the space around here. This factory's still running, so we are stockpiling some materials over here. That's full, that's full. We Guess we're still building up. Okay, we're still building up the baubles. Still a little ways to go. That's visually stuck. Ah, client-side issues. If you actually host the game, these belt issues don't happen. Like if you're playing single player, you're hosting the game, you don't get these belt visuals like that. It's just a client thing. Let's see, these are still ported off in here. Okay, so parts of this factory are still running. I want to let those all saturate, and then I'll probably turn it all on again, so we can make Ficsmas stars, just because why not? Yeah, it's just how multiplayer goes. They have fixed a lot. Originally, multiplayer in version 4, or update 4, oh, Nelly put a door here, I think. You couldn't use trains if you weren't the host of the game, because the trains were so glitchy for anyone that was joining a multiplayer game. You couldn't access the menus you could access them sometimes, and when you could, you couldn't manipulate the information. The trains just jumped and jittered everywhere. So in this version, they managed to fix it, which is good because the servers would be just they wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to use the server because everyone wouldn't be able to access the trains. I'm glad they fixed it. Alright, let's just tear this down. I was gonna wait for it to finish, but I want to finish this up so I can, like, work on other parts of the factory. Am I dropping boxes yet? No, but I shall. Let me go drop this. Am I carrying anything that can be stored in the other factory? Not really. Okay. Yeah, it is still in early access. It's been in early access for a couple years, but of course, it's because the game's not the final tier. Final tier isn't in, I guess. I don't know what the final tier in the game is going to be, what their plans are, or what the ultimate final goal is going to be. I don't think they've mentioned it. A retirement home. That would be nice. Oh, I briefly watched, I entered someone's stream yesterday because I was just wanting to see what other people built. And I saw someone had built a log cabin. And I sat there, and it actually said it was unmodded. It was a specific tag on their stream, and I was like, how did you build a log cabin? And it had lights strung along it and everything. There's no logs in this game. How did you do that? And when they moved around it a bit, I noticed what it was. They were pipes that they had painted brown. And they had just connected everything together in such a way that made it look like a log cabin. And I thought, that's impressive that they did that. I was stumped. I was like, there's no logs. There's no logs in unmodded. It was clever. I appreciated that. Let's see, these are sweet fireworks. carrying these around. Having inventory issues, as I always do. Every game I play, I have inventory issues. Every single one. Minecraft, inventory issues. 7 Days to Die, inventory issues. Final Fantasy 14, inventory issues. I can just deconstruct that. Can I deconstruct that? No. It's there forever. If we do the Terraria, you'll be making a warehouse for inventory management. I do like making warehouses. One of the old designs I've done for these factories in the past is actually create a central storage area where we pipe off excess into one area. It makes things kind of easier. It's a little bit of a pain to route, but then when you're looking for something, you can just run to one location and pick it all up. And plus, then you can easily just hook up something to a grinder because you have all your storage bins and you'll just, well, I've got too much of this, run a belt straight to the grinder. I decided not to do that this run, and part of me kind of regrets it. Maybe that's something I can work on. While everyone else works on the factory, I come up with some sort of central storage area. Figure out how to route it. Might not be a bad idea. You often use different chests in Terraria to mark what materials go in them, since there's like 20 different chests. I think I did that for the little bits that I played. Sorry, I'm belchy all of a sudden. Yeah, it was like different chests meant different items. Different chest types meant different items. I don't actually remember if we're manufacturing bows or not. We might not actually be manufacturing bows over here. I don't think bows... do I want to bother? Do I want to bother manufacturing stuff like that? Because what... Okay, let's see. What Ficsmas parts don't we manufacture in the other factory? Bows. Bows and snow. Yeah, I don't think we make bows over here. I don't think any process over here takes bows. We'll do it. Might as well, right? If I'm gonna stockpile snow and snowballs, might as well put together the final thing, and then we'll be sort of Ficsmas complete in terms of stocking stuff. Guessing. I'm trying to fly. If I can't use my wings, I gotta try to be lighter than air. It's all the oats. It's all the oats and hay. It's a lie. I eat hamburgers. Not what I meant to do. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna need one machine that makes bows, I suppose. And snow. So we'll have one more factory over here that makes snowballs, and bows. And then I think that's everything. The other factory makes candy canes. It makes the other baubles. Yeah, it makes everything else. Okay. Fact, let's just cut off the gifts right now, because we'll have to figure out what we're gonna need. Just got to like move all this stuff, so let's stop that output. We'll let that finish what it's doing. Try using the Willy-Walkie fizzy lifting juice. Nah, I'll get in trouble. So let's get rid of all this stuff for now. This factory can be small. I just realized one of my Blade Runner legs isn't moving with me. Oh, that's weird. If I take, I can't space at the moment. That stuff. Copper and iron baubles here. Breakfast then be around. Okie dokie. Well, you can tell this isn't a mooning product. Because it doesn't catch fire. We make sure all our products are highly flammable for easy disposal. Oh, did you see the sign, Nelly? The name of the factory? Okay, so that's cleaned up. Clean that up. Sometimes nice when you can rip down an old factory. One that didn't look very nice to begin with, but it functioned. And you just get rid of it and you're like, ah, catharsis. Okay, so let's figure out ratios here, because how much are we going to need in total? So these produce 10. How many snow machines do we need? At this point, we're just gonna... Let's take 15. So having just 2 of these will give us a surplus of snow. Not a lot. So we could just do 3. Like is being done here. So I'll switch it. And to make the bows, takes 10 gifts per minute. Okay. Pet the smelly old llama. Gonna work on chill HQ building today. Yeah, I want to work on this, and I'm debating on working on a warehouse. I'm not sure. The way this whole place is built up, I'm not sure how possible that's gonna be. But it might be nice to be able to access everything in one place instead of having to run all over the factory. I don't know. Depends on if everyone votes that that's something they would like to see. Wikaluna. Or if I should just get to work on the rest of the factory.
I'm okay with that.
I have to think where to put it and then how the hell I'm going to route everything. And basically do like, I guess use the overflow sort of thing. So all overflow goes to central storage. So anything we produce in excess of goes there. I'm trying to brain envision the moon coral statue you want on top. Well, it says someone has joined the game, but I know who's joined, but for some reason my game thing doesn't say who. I know it's Nelly, but for some reason it just says has joined the game. You're no man. And this is No Man's Sky. Wait, that's a different game. It's like having the star atop the Christmas tree. I am the star. She who must not be named. Apparently, the game was afraid to name Nelly. Okay, so, like I said, mini factory next to this one. So here's what we'll do. So we're gonna need how many gifts in total to produce all this? 10. And these take 25 each. 75. Yeah, 75, 85. 85. That's gonna be... That's gonna be 6 trees. Okay. Is there anything else we manufacture need just straight up gifts? I don't think so. Like I say, once Ficsmas is over, this tab disappears, so we can't even build it. But stockpile it anyway. I've never reused a factory, because anytime I get done with a factory and there's a new update or something, I just start a new factory. I almost never rebuild an old factory. So I need 6 trees. So we'll kind of do like that. Wonder if I can move these lines though. No, without being a pain in my ass. I've got an idea though. What's the inventory look like? Okay. I got an idea.
Save us.
Who? No, no one can save you. Hatsune Miku, designer of Minecraft and writer of Harry Potter. Come on, I think Hatsune Miku could write a far better story than Harry Potter. Something a lot less derivative and racist. You were about to say that. Let's see here. So if I do something like this. I mean, we joke how it's a low bar, but it's obvious some people just can't clear them. About the right height, looks like it. Okay. So what I want to do is... don't know how much space I'm going to need, but I want to run this on the outside, so... instead of building, just take out bauxite, or are we good there? I don't know how close we are to bauxite in terms of production, but I don't know. I mean, people shit on it, but Twilight is arguably better. Also not good, but better. I mean, I'm not gonna say I didn't like Harry Potter back in the day, but I was never like a fan person for it. I read the books, I watched some of the movies. I'm not gonna say they're actually bad, but through the current lens, they're not that good. So yeah, let's see. So if I just do something like HP was good for its time when the world needed magical nonsense. We're gonna build 3 of those machines. Okay, I do need this back end space here, so let's... What tier of belts is this? Tell me your secrets. Number 2, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, this ladder's in my way. We go on a short bauxite hike. Some portal miners so we can kick off. Okay. Bauxite takes extra processing. Can't remember. I've never done it before. But yeah, getting it started's not bad. Do this. Go out one more. There we go, and just do the same for the copper here. Get this out of the way. There was no way to line that up elevation-wise because the way the nodes are. We can let this still run out in this direction. So how am I gonna get it around this? Shit. If it wasn't entirely built to have iron on top, maybe I can swap the belts around, maybe? Let's see here. Might make things easier, because if I can... Because then I could elevate the copper and run that on top. Let's see. I don't think technically it would be impossible. We'll just figure out how to do it over here. Forgot you should gas mask. For something made for kids is perfectly acceptable when not dwelling on some of the racism for too long. Yeah, it's basically that. It's that some stuff you would like catch, but you would go, well, maybe that just wasn't the intention. And then kind of later on you go, oh, that was probably actually the intention. Because it's like even back then I noticed that kind of stuff, but I was like, well, maybe they didn't mean it like that. And then you kind of go, oh no, they did. It's just a Mark 1. It is. Okay. Technically, I can just make it clip through that belt. How much do I care if it clips through that belt? Gosh, it's so minor, but yet just enough to kind of irritate me. I'm gonna give it a pass.
You're probably going to regret that.
I can always fix it after. The famous Sips quote, I'll do it after, which means it'll never get done. In fact, he says that so often that that's actually a quote trigger. Does someone else set up in his chat? I'll do it after. Waiting for the copper to slip by here. Except for this bit, I need... Technically, once the belt's in, you can get rid of that. You can get rid of all of it once the belt's in, but I kind of like it because it sort of looks like support. It's somehow tying those belts together, even though that's not standing on anything. Like that. Okay, so I've reclaimed this little area here. Nice. Kind of like the way that looks. I mean, kind of like that it's basically two Ficsmas factories all kind of right across from each other. It's our seasonal factory. And I'll have to make sure to hook it up all to one circuit again so I can, when it comes time to shut it off, it's not reading as part of the power rating. I'd probably actually do that for the racetrack. Set that up on a circuit. Put a power switch on it, and then you could turn it on and off. If it's all on one circuit. Yeah, can do that after. Okay, so we'll build this sort of like we did that factory, so how I can remove the wall attachment. The wall attachments are still there. They're just directly attached to the glass. That's okay. That's not a structural nightmare waiting to happen right there, especially because there's culling on the polygons there. Okay, so everything is gift-based except for the snowballs themselves. And we only need one machine to produce snowballs. And considering this factory doesn't have to be very big, we could probably just do like a 2-story. So like down here will be manufacturing the snow and bows, and then up top can just be one floor that brings the presents down. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how it fits. So I quit blanking on what I'm doing here. Line it up with that. So I said is there enough space if I add a 4th here? Ooh, just okay, so maybe let's make it 3 floors. So we'll have those go a floor up. So we'll have so we'll make snowballs and bows just down here. The snow will be made a floor up, and then the Ficsmas trees will be up 1 level. Okay, that probably will work out better. Since we already kind of have a factory designed, just go ahead and don't know what the front wall's got to be yet. Move that ladder again. Right onto that. Need to come up with a better way to get up here. Actually, just do this for now. Hang on. really want to clean this up and just make it all look a lot better. So much of this was built with the idea of just get it done. Just get it done, we'll work on looks later. Now it's time to work on looks. These need to be another floor higher. Need to fix these cables as well. We'll let them stay there for now. This will be the snowball maker. I think we should go over one more. This can be the bow maker. Create the stairway up as well. Ugh. What's going on? Hawkeye. What? What relevancy are we talking here? Mr. Charles Emerson Winchester III. I feel like when I miss stuff. Working on a vanity outfit for Terraria, and you found a xenomorph costume, which you had completely forgot even existed. They have a xenomorph costume in Terraria? Or is that like a modded thing? Oh, they do have one. Get it during Halloween. Ah, okay. Kind of making me want to play Terraria, but I still want to play Minecraft for a while. I still need to keep playing Final Fantasy. Well, don't have time for all this stuff. So if we just do, basically do like we did up there. No, wait, this is gonna be more than how do I do this again? How many platforms did it need to be? Where's the corner? 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's 3 and then the end. Because they're the same height, so it'll be the same. Go up to the next floor. It feels more suited to like a 24-hour stream or something. Yeah, maybe. I have no current plans to do another long stream. Currently. I mean, I'm still trying to decide. I'm still trying to decide when I'm going to take a break. I know I'm not going to during January, because apparently January is a good time to stream. They say. I say that's when you get most of the pickups. So, okay. Presents are going to have to come down over there to get that thing. Snow's going to have to come down over here. But it's also going to... I wonder if I need to go up 1. Plenty of space if I go forward 1. And again, it feels like I should have plenty of space, actually. Maybe I do. It feels a bit more hemmed in, I guess, because of... those, yeah, there should be enough space. Just gotta think where the outputs are coming in. In this case, this needs to face this way, because this is where the outputs will be. Although, oh shit. Should be okay. I was trying to line up things between multiple floors here can be tricky. In this case, this one's only taking 1 product. That one's also only taking 1 product. So wherever I feed the belts down doesn't actually matter. Okay, I don't have to line anything up there. These are outputs. So these things will manufacture snow. Now some of the snow... Oh, that's right, yeah, because some of the snow is going to get piped around. Actually, do a little bit of a lining. Storage containers only go too high. I think the storage containers, I think they can stack, but as for like we only have the two types of a single high container and a double high container. But I think you can stack them as high as you want. I think. Yeah, you can stack them as high as you want. But there's only a single and a double. Yeah, the bigger one's a separate one. Separate type. Thing is, I'm not entirely sure where to tell this to come down at. I think if I put this here. Move it in by one. Put it in the exact same spot, didn't I? Because then that can direct connect. Then we can split off some of the snow that will go over that way. Aren't factories fun? Oh, that goes right in. Might still make this work though. Okay. Might put a merger right here. Good, that connects. All right. Let's see. Oh wait, there's 3 of these. Never mind. Putting a total of 30 snow, so tier 1 belt's okay. Okay, that part's done. So next is just... I think we said... Yeah, that'll work. Okay. How many trees did I need? Need 6 trees, okay. I have no idea if I use this piece in that factory up there. So I think I built 2 pieces. Let me go ahead and change that while I'm thinking of it. So we found out yesterday that there's actually a hard limit. What we found out what the hard limit on building pieces is, which includes items on belts, is 2 million. Which it's a high number, definitely. But might as well not use more pieces than I have to, right? Especially if it can already be 1 piece. For a game like this, it seems pretty small. I don't know. 2 million's a really big number, but yeah. People have apparently hit the build limit before, but those are really massive, huge, gigantic, just really giant factories. I've seen like builds that people have made that is just the most insane, like massive structures. You cannot drive and use a gas mask at the same time? Really? That seems a bit silly. I guess the real question is, why are you taking your gas mask off when you get in the vehicle? Don't blame the vehicle for that. Why are you taking your gas mask off? I think these things actually have to be 4 high. Let's see. Branches, copper, and iron baubles. And some gifts. Okay. Should be enough. I've seen people build factories where they have one gigantic central factory and you just see train tracks coming from literally all over the map, hauling stuff in. It's fucking amazing what people who spend enough time on the game will build. I just lose patience after a while. I fizzle out. This is a great game and all, but my attention span is semi-limited. The space we have up here, we can probably do something like this. Branches, damn it. I guess I'm just surprised. This game actually does surprise me with how well it actually runs, considering all of the stuff that actually is on screen. Because it just blows my mind that there's like so many, like, you know, survival games out there that it feels like if you build more than like 500, you know, walls or something, the game just starts chugging after that. And yet this game, I mean, there's no way a game like, you know, Ark, or it feels like a game like Ark or Conan Exiles would just crumble under this many pieces being built around somewhere. And yet somehow Satisfactory manages it. Yeah, actually definitely have some of Let's Game It Out to thank for that. Yes, he has said that. That some of the stuff he did helped them optimize the game better, like his big conveyor tornado and his conveyor weave, and He definitely contributed to them optimizing things. So I do remember the early days of this game when it first released. It did have quite a bit of lag issue. And I think a lot of people thought, yeah, this is the problem with a game like this, is that you can't, because, you know, like, again, so many survival games just show that games like this can't have that many pieces and that many moving objects at once. But they managed to do it. And now it's just, now I look at every other game out there and go, why can't you do this? They've shown you can do this. You can put all this stuff. Which she's actually streaming tonight. He's streaming in about 1.5 hours, I think. Let's see, this is producing how many? 85 gifts. Okay, so it's gonna have to be a tier 2 belt. Let's have to set this up down here first. Need the input here, okay. I won't hook the gifts up yet until we're ready. If I have to shift belts, I'm gonna end up with more gifts in my inventory. So this one should be fine. Okay, let's see. We need to put the... Let's see, where can we... Game's struggling on me a little bit in this area. Probably just put this like the other one, put it here. Should be fine. And since we're not porting any other gifts off, we can all just go straight in. Love watching the trains go. I know, they're so good. I do love watching the trains move. It's, as this game says, very satisfying. It's very satisfactory. Sandbox mode so you can play Railroad Tycoon. A sandbox mode would be nice. really would be. There is a console in this game that has some commands. I don't know what all you can access though. Yeah, there is a console screen. I know you can like do things like add insane amounts of grass if you want to. Or just remove it all, but yeah. Might be able to do something in the console features. 420, baby. Okay, so... the double walls here, considering how much space we have, and I still need to put a door in. Don't know, can two containers fit that closely side by side? No. Oh, that seems like a little oversight. Well, not really. It's just the way it's built. Can they still connect, though? Yeah, they can. Okay. Good, because we want the excess snow to come out here. Lined up. Okay. Excess snow will go in there. Oh, because it lined up with the box. So what'd you say? Accidentally doing a manifest destiny to build towards the box site. So line up with that. Is that straight? It is, okay. And then into there. Okay. Good. That looks good. Everything's hooked in except the gifts, and we gotta get power going, and then we can finish off this building. We need to fix these cables here. Are these going to anything anymore? No. So we can get rid of this power hookup. Instead of running power to there, maybe Maybe just... Good way to do a corner. Blur those on. Can I safely get rid of that without breaking anything? Looks like it. Okay, that keeps that factory going. So we'll do like this, so. We'll just line them up, right? So one there. One there. Could run the power internally from this point, but kids screaming outside. Very weird screaming sounds. Not sure one of them didn't get thrown into a meat grinder. Okay, so... all the machines are set up to do what they need to do. Bows, and this one's set to make the snowballs. Okay. We'll go ahead and get everything running, and then I can finish building this. Gets a bit laggy over here. Only laggy when I look at certain things. I think it's when I'm loading, when I'm looking at it, kind of loses its mind a little bit. So that's doing 15, 30, 16. Okay. Tier 1 belts are fine here. And that's tier 2 belts. Should be okay. All right. Hitting the glass. Donk. Donk. Can't help it. I'm a bird horse, right? Let's see, glass is donk. Bane of my existence. Wait, is that still tier 1 belt? It is. Wait, is this... Okay, that lift is tier 2, okay. Just put those in there. And some of the snow comes out there, and some of it'll enter here. First snowball off the line. Nice. All right. Which means we can take the snowballs that are over here and move them into main storage. Actually want to move all the snowballs over. Keep some for myself. Or do I have any? Did I? Oops. There we go. Keep some for me. Okay. Get rid of this stuff. Oops, no, snow doesn't go in there. I don't think I have any bows to put in here. I can actually take these gifts and fill up machines. So I can go ahead and run it at speed. Okay, factory should now run at optimum speed. And there we go. We're now manufacturing aside from the stars, which we're still currently producing a little, I guess I could turn that on now, but we're now manufacturing everything for Ficsmas. Grab the ladder. Means I can dump that stuff in. Stars are being pushed down there. We might store them up there or something. Okay, let's finish off this building. So since the stairs are right here, we'll go all up. They go all the way up until the roof. Automated gate right there. Hey. Place this with a door. Oops. Beautiful. Let's see, we built this city on rock and roll. Right. Doesn't like it when I shift where I'm looking. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, I only do it for the big windows. Okay, yeah. Whew. Alright. Then for that... Okay. Trying to keep the buildings uniform. Not have to go 3 high. Although I might... How did I do it in the other building? So I kind of have an idea for something I might do in a bit. Those are 4 high, then it goes up. It's only 2 high, because of course, slanting. Okay. I wonder. So 1 floor too high. There we go. Now we can walk through the two buildings. So this side might not need to be that high. I think much like before. Hang on, this might actually have a middle point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it doesn't have a middle point. So, do this like before. It's sometimes good when I get into like a building frenzy. Okay, so then the wall's gotta go that high. It's like we're hiding Christmas trees in the attic. Which I guess once Ficsmas is over, they'll kind of already, you know, be stored in the attic, right? Perfect. Okay, so what we did up there, to go up to the center. That. Which ones did I use? Did I use these? No. These. Should we call this factoring? This one's also manufacturing one type of explosive, but not both. Oops, I missed one. There we go. Don't want to mix explosives. If I had thought about it, I was originally going to put the snowballs in that factory, and then I kind of forgot until I built, and then I realized we're not manufacturing bows anywhere. So I thought, well, let's just make a separate factory to do both of those things. And then, of course, we weren't also manufacturing snow on the side. Because the other factory does manufacture some snow, but not enough. So, some guardrails up. So I can't do with another lawsuit. Not again. Guardrails. Ooh. And perfect. The doors. Okay, we can get rid of this. Pretty much get rid of everything that's over here now. Store the snow, might as well. Just realized that ladder, you're not going to be able to get up here. Might get explosive results. Well, you know, here at Moon Inc., we hope for explosive results. In fact, that's our promise. If it doesn't explode or not on fire by the end of the day, well then you probably broke it, because Moon Inc. doesn't take responsibility for that. Feels good to be able to clear this all out, though. So that kind of old sprawl factor that we had over here is now all condensed. I mean, some of it was making the stuff that's over there, but now we've managed to fully condense everything, and it feels good. So apparently if you die spectacularly and bug out, some of your inventory gets stuck. Interesting. Today, it's a giant explosive canister. Get that out of here. You died doing a dumb and trying to mine your... Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you mine uranium, and if you're even carrying it on you, it will kill you. Okay. Nelly has that uranium fever. And it's got her going down. Uranium fever. But plenty of material is going to manifest destiny. This shit. Where are you on the map? Let me look. Well, you're probably close by because you respawned. Alright. Also, yeah, all this stuff is now gone. Ah, it feels good. Box art or in stupid spots, yeah. Okay, so what's a good way to get this? Is this all... Where's the power hookup here? That power hookup's coming from that side. I kind of want this all on one circuit. So the whole of the Ficsmas factory can be powered on or off. Or maybe 3 circuits, so you can shut down either side. Looks like... No. I was gonna say, I thought we finally hit saturation on these, but not quite. Which means once this all hits saturation, I'll get stars being produced again. They're not useful for that much, but... Get rid of this. Need to be here. Okay, but is anything else hooked up to any other part of the factory? I put this all on its own circuit. Make sure none of the other factories might not be drawing. I don't want to draw from it either. Looks pretty good. Okay. As long as nobody taps from the Ficsmas factory. We should end up okay. Just gotta rewire some. Nice and organized for the next big mess, pretty much. It's not a bad... doing spaghetti factories is a good way to start. Because we tested this one time, Wickaluna and I. We did a factory where we spaghettied it. We didn't worry about organization. We just put things down, made it work, and surprisingly we advanced pretty quickly. And then later on we went back and started actually, you know, organizing it. So it is an effective way of going about it. Need to find a proper way to come up here too. Acid cows. I have no idea what these acid cows you were talking about. I don't know if I've ever seen one of them. The college student strat. Yeah, that's actually quite accurate. I want to find a good way to come up here. Problem is all that stuff's kind of in the way down there. I was going to create like a ramp. So let's see, that side of the factory is pulling from there, but we could easily tap from here. So just run a connection from there to there. I should be able to just remove that wire. And everything's still running. Okay, good. Yeah, that's right. Acid cows. Civilization has come. There isn't even a name for this factory, but I have no idea. I have no idea what John Halo's Christmas Miracle. What, the name of the factory? Well, it's making snowballs, and bows. Snowballs are explosives, but no, to think on it. Damn it, every time. Can you actually push a button to access ladder? No, okay. So I want to try to figure out a way. We can just move some of this stuff. Can I just move some of this stuff? Considering we cleared out a lot of this, I think I could probably just shift some of this over. What's in here? This is all organic stuff. all the biofuel and color things. Okay. So that's not actually in the way, though. Just this stuff. Might be able to move this. This is empty. Stairs are I mean, I know they're cows. I've never seen cows that shoot acid. Not sure that Nellie's not having one of her episodes again. You know, seeing rebar guns in the sky, beacons in the sky, acid cows. Nellie, is this a cry for help? What's a slant if I just put ramps? Right into that snowman, but I can get rid of that. Just put him right here. Right, that's perfect. Like, indicates you're going up to the Ficsmas factory. I want them facing each other or facing you. Like, welcome, you're going up to Ficsmas. Hey, Chrome Warrior. Blink twice if you're okay. Blink 3 times if you want a cheeseburger. Blink 4 times. Couldn't respond because flies were chasing you. See, she's getting the DTs now. She thinks there's bugs all over her. Blink 4 times if you want to figure out how to put money into a Roth IRA. Blink 5 times if, is that a tick in that remove silence? Not a tick. Oh my god. How have you gotten in here? I hope you know you live here now. Funny. Fall through these? Are these? Yeah, okay. Those aren't solid floors. Okay. So you could run a catwalk over there, but it feels like a bit long for a catwalk. Do the glass framework, maybe? Have a glass bridge go across? Nice. Oh, it turned though. Okay, that looks kind of nice. It's Santa. Yeah, he lives in there now. I'm not sure how he's getting out. Such a mess down here. Kind of like it. Gosh, I do like those factors. Okay, let's figure out how to get them on a circuit, though. So that's connecting to that. So how about... What's that? Okay, this is going to temporarily shut down the factory. Power switch. Let me switch on off, enable connection between two power grids. Ooh. Oh, I see. So you could do something like... Oh, is it gotta be like a... Oh, it's gotta be like a stand-up thing. Are you manufacturing AI limiters anywhere? No, I gotta make my own. Well, why do I even have a factory and employees? So I'm gonna guess A goes in. And then this goes. Okay, this is gonna shut things off again. That just power switch off. Okay. Get rid of that power pole. I see. So power grid A and power grid B. So if I turn off this factory, how much power do we gain back? So you can see where that blue line dips down. This Ficsmas factory doesn't take an insignificant amount of power. But good, we'll be able to shut it off at any point. Okay. good. Okay, one last step. Snowmen start moving randomly. One of them is Jack Frost. Okay, so I think we're gonna move stars up here. So we put them down there for ease of access, but they don't need to be. They don't need to be down there. Great, now Nellie's got a new god. Nellie. We've been saying. Where do you keep finding all these deities? And why aren't they me? That's right, I said it. Catch ladder. Things she's. No, I don't think we should go near. We shouldn't touch her. Probably. You probably catch whatever it is through touch. So every once in a while, Nellie's the only one that experiences this, but her game will bug out and it's like some kind of skybox projection error that happens basically. But one of the, she'll see a giant object projected in front of her, and it's static and stationary, but you can't touch it. But it's like, so yesterday she saw a giant beacon. Like a couple weeks ago, it was a giant rebar gun. And I guess now it's a giant. She's put a few screenshots of it in the Discord. Of the giant objects in the sky. Like all these chainsaw and a Nobilis. You had a Nobilis as well, huh? I guess today you really are choosing violence. Okay, so as things go, I think we are near. Oh no, wait, this. Uh-oh. What happened? Or was that? No, factory's still running. Okay, that was just someone's personal power. I thought everything shut down for a minute. Yeah, no, we're still running. I'm gonna use up a bit more power now, though, because I'm gonna start star production. They're pretty much saturated on everything else at the moment, so might as well, right? Which means the whole factory is gonna kick on. Unless it ends up being way too much power, then I'll turn it off. Suddenly this factory is going to wake up. The new gods are taking all the power. Oh no, they don't. I'll fight them. I'll fight a god. Someone's just throwing a bunch of signs at Nellie. We'll never know what they mean. When begins punching chainsaws. I'll do it. I'll punch a chainsaw. Yeah, the Final Fantasy 4, which is the Final Fantasy experience in general. Or the JRPG experience. I'll fight a god, sure, why not? Can't stop me. Alright, so now we're producing the stars again because every other product we are making has saturated. You missed Final Fantasy 14 so much. I still have not started Stormblood yet. Cause I've got all my crafters and gatherers up to 60 at plus. But I'm doing their quests now. So I'm doing the quests to take them up to level 60. And then I think once I complete that, I'll start Stormblood. But I am an Omni crafter and gatherer. I do all that stuff. Okay, so all this shit I can dump in here. Dump that in. Dump that in. Using snowballs. I'll put the snow in there. Alright. Gonna clean some of this stuff out of my inventory. Oh, it's so good though. I love my Ficsmas factory. I can pretty much call it done. We're manufacturing everything now. Feels good. Just dump the rest of this shit into the grinder. Anything else Ficsmas related in my inventory? Doesn't look like it. Good. Grind it up. Punch that god right in the kiss. So don't forget the beast tribes, the ones that offer crafter gather experience. Yeah, well, I didn't have problem gaining experience for levels. That wasn't the hard part because I just did Firmament from level 50 to 60. And the diadem for gathering. So it wasn't too hard for leveling. But now it's just doing the crafting stuff I need for their quests, for the jobs. In D&D, you fight a god, and when you become that god. Just started the hand and land stuff, so you need to work through that. I debated just powering through the MSQ and then doing all that stuff, but I thought, well, one, I kind of want to experience the game like a lot of other folks have. So, you know, because a lot of other folks that, you know, waited for all that DLC, the expansions, you know, would do the MSQ up to that point, and then they would do a lot of the side stuff. And so I'm kind of trying to experience it that way myself. Plus, I mean, what? We've got at least 2 years until the next expansion comes out. So it's like, no real hurry at this point. I mean, yeah, I kind of have to worry about spoilers, but I mean, up to this point, people have been pretty good about spoilers. So, yeah. I've got time. I'll be well ready for when the next expansion comes out. It's a good way of doing it. Plus, there's like story stuff too, because it's like you'll do the crafting thing, but the crafting thing is meant to keep up with that part of the expansion. And so it was like, I'm going to out and kill a dragon. It's like, aren't we? Don't we not do that anymore? Plus, I just like I say, I don't want to have to sit there and do all the crafting stuff and gathering stuff at once. So. Kind of take it in pieces. And go right there. Nice. I can get rid of a lot of the rest of that platform. Do we need this platform for anything? Not really, that's going up. Okay. We can just get rid of a lot of this. We'll clear it out. So afraid to do the mass deconstruct because I could accidentally select one of those things over there and not even realize it. Church bad, dragon's good. I assume everyone here has been through Heaven's Ward. Which is as far as I've gotten. I've not gotten, like I say, I haven't even started Stormblood yet. I'm to the quest to start it. So like I could actually, for my gathering stuff, I could actually start the next set of quests for gathering. Which is funny because my botanist is already level 69. Nice. Because I had to travel to the diadem so many times to get materials for gathering. Which if I had been smart, I would have done their...
Nice.
I would have done their quests first because of course a lot of the gear you get helps your gathering. And I kind of didn't know about I didn't quite know what the collection stuff was. Making the collector stuff. Not for the firmament, but for like the other stuff. So I actually got like some good accessory gear last night for the white gatherer scripts. Stuff I'm just clearing now. You've yet to start the hand or land or for Endwalker since you're waiting on custom deliveries and beast tribes to release before. Go wait on all that. Yeah, a lot of, like I say, a lot of stuff like that is a reason why I'm just not in a hurry. If I kept playing like I did when I started 4 years ago, I'd of course been well caught up. Because it's kind of funny, like, 4 years ago, we finished the main MSQ for Realm Reborn. Then we were going through the bridge to Heaven's Ward. Never finished it. And then we quit playing. And we pre-ordered, Heaven's Ward was already out, of course, and we pre-ordered Stormblood. And then we didn't play it. But now we will. I've learned how to manage my time better in terms of gameplay, stuff like that. So I don't feel bad if I take a couple days and don't play. Hey, Lizard Doggo, how you doing? Technically, that's the start of that platform. There we go. She no longer floats. No longer a floating platform over there. I think. Yeah, I think in the end we ended up covering all of that, so that was fine. Is this line actually going anywhere? I think we disconnected this line. Get rid of that. So we might be able to just get rid of this line right here. Which means we have an entire iron line that's not doing anything. Get rid of it. Yeah, it's not doing anything. So yeah, we've got an entire iron node over here that's just not being used. Plus now we have the Mark III miners. I don't know if we can use them yet. I think they require aluminum, don't they? Or I thought we had Mark III miners. I thought something said we did. I only see Mark II on the list.
The unlock requires aluminum.
Oh, okay. Wait, where's this iron going? Okay, so that iron node is being tapped, but where's it off to? It doesn't look like it's going anywhere either. We'll try to do a little bit of cleanup here. Then maybe work on a central storage. This line's not running at all. What was it doing? It was being used to make screws for the computers, which we're not manufacturing anymore. Are we manufacturing computers elsewhere now? No, so this is the only place. Okay, so I won't cut this line just yet then. Okay, so we need to get computers running. The lead up to Heavensward is so goddamn long. I know. And I did it twice. Because I I went to I started all over again on a different server. God, getting through that was a slog. That's how's the game designed. Small horses getting the apron out to get the factory cleaning done. And Nelly is committing acts of violence. Well, they were just big pigs, not acid cows. Okay, Nelly, come on. The only creatures... The only creatures I know in the game, and I kind of name them myself anyway, but there's the ticks, there's the... I call them the speed cats, the ones that dash all over the place. Then I call the ones that spit fire cats. They have official names, I just don't know what they are. I'm seeing a window up there. Got it. Oh yeah, we never named this factory yet. We can kind of get rid of this wall, but... Guess I need to put labels on these, don't I? So what are these? These are sweet fireworks. And this is just stuck here. I can't get rid of it. It's an object that doesn't exist yet somehow does entirely exist. I don't know what's wrong with Nelly. Schrodinger's rocket. Well, as long as I observe, but if I observe it, it's there, but it's not. You didn't put signs on the floor. That's nice. Okay, so this is... Does this actually have an icon? It might not. Yes, it does. Image. Can't actually set... You can. You can set layout. Okay. copy the settings because I'm just gonna. So I don't have to like reset colors and everything. These are snowballs. And they're just called snowballs, okay. This is called a Ficsmas bow. Well, that didn't save. Caps lock. Save. There we go. Now, these fireworks don't have an icon. These sweet fireworks. Guess we could use an obelisk. They are technically, well, they're explosives, but they're not. Fancy fireworks. These are sparkly. Yay, we've got labels. Gosh, I'm too pleased with my factory, with my Ficsmas factory. We just gotta come up with a name for that factory. I'm not gonna build a building around the other Ficsmas factory. Too much. Maybe it's all just Ficsmas. It's our Ficsmas factory. I do like the matches for Mikey fireworks. Okay, so I said the next thing I might do is create like a warehouse where we God, that's gonna be a Herculean effort though. It's gonna be a serious effort to have a central storage somewhere. Because I'm gonna try to make it as organized as possible to get it there. Obviously, you'd think around the hub would be a good place, but the hub is a bit... You can always move the hub. It doesn't have to stay where it is. In fact, it wasn't meant to stay here, actually. Where could we put a warehouse? Hopefully the hub will go to HQ. Yeah, I was thinking you could move it up there. Almost thinking the warehouse could go like over here. There's lots of space, but it means if you need anything. I doubt there's enough space around where the hub is to make a warehouse. I worry it would get too crowded. Because for basically every object we manufacture, we got to run a belt into it. Now the good thing is we actually have the smart splitters, so... I would say you could technically... The smart splitters can filter. So you could have like a train just pick up a bunch of junk, haul it over, but then you would have to deal with the whole overflow things. That might not be good. Probably want it close to a McDonald's or a Starbucks. Good point. I mean, this space here actually might actually be big enough for a warehouse. We would just have to clear all this kind of stuff out. This isn't even doing anything. Oh, this is old fabric manufacturing. Is there anything here still actually kind of doing anything? This is making the biofuel. Maybe we could turn this into a warehouse. What do you think, Brain? Could this be a warehouse? You'd have to be cautious of the resource nodes we've got around here, but... We would only use singular containers, in which you can stack, of course. It's just going to be a matter, like I say, it's going to be a matter of getting belts. Belts will be taking up the majority of space and trying to sort all that shit around. Of course, again, like I say, once it's inside, you can use the smart splitters to sort. So you could technically have things join onto a belt, but then you're going to run into congestion. I don't remember how smart splitters work. This is going to be something I'm going to think about. Might have to let it percolate in my brain for a day. This is a smart splitter. You can set them to overflow. And yeah, you can set them to filter any item. So you could potentially bust stuff in on a single belt. Sort it off into each container. And then burn. And then burn overflow. Because well, okay, here's kind of the idea I'm getting. So, of course, we'll string off a belt from each production plant that will pipe off overflow. So if there's any extra, we'll pipe it off to the warehouse. The warehouse will store it, and then if a box in the warehouse gets full, it'll then pipe that off into a grinder. So kind of a double overflow system is what I'm thinking. And then we don't have to worry about, like, you know, boxes getting full and deciding what goes in the grinder. Just anything that is absolute overflow goes into a grinder. Just trying to think of the front end logistics on that. I'm slowly moving down this belt. You're just trying to figure out how to process bauxite on the fly. It's quite a trick. I've never actually processed bauxite before. It's usually about the point I stop. I'm rubbing my nose. Lot's been moved over there. So yeah, how do we deal with this on a front-end logistics thing? Means right now, crash course in satisfactory fluids. Those are tricky. I get kind of confused on those still myself. We also have to build it, because even if we dump a bunch of junk onto a single line, the belts are going to hit capacity. So we have to build it so it can be expanded into a higher end, to a bigger bus line. This is what happens when you watch a horse science. Sitting here planning things out in my head. Not fun to watch because you can't see what I'm thinking. Just really a good thing, trust me. You get night terrors. But yeah, thinking about setting it up so it can take multiple buses. Putting in the effort, you want drones and hover packs. Very important to construction. Yeah, I can understand that. So we're grinding something somewhere because I can see the... Man, what do we have? We still got a fair amount of things to buy. We've bought all the walls. We've still got one attachment to buy, one foundation type to buy. We've got the statues to buy, which are a crazy amount of tickets. Different wall types, foundation types, we've still got to buy. A few more icon designs. We've still got... This is all just equipment, which ultimately, yeah, you can eventually just straight up use tickets to buy materials. Same with parts. So if you wanted to buy biomass, you could. Those take tickets. Still got the industrial walkways, the road barriers, these roof types. Beams. So yeah. Not even Luna visits my dreams. Nope. Does the game have a grappling hook? If it doesn't, why doesn't it have a grappling hook? It doesn't. We've got zip lines. Well, sort of zip lines. We can use the power lines, of course, to... So you can sort of do it. You could string up like 2 power lines between a point that aren't even, you know, hooked up to power, and you can just... You can just zip line. Basically unplayable. Okay. I'm thinking against this area being a warehouse only because it's not expandable. Well, it's got a hard limit for space, unfortunately. It'd be neat because, yeah, this is basically center of everything, but we're gonna hit a hard limit on space. So I'm thinking the warehouse is gonna have to go a bit off-site. Have to go up off the ground too, so probably the best thing to do, kind of start up here. I think this is where the warehouse is gonna go. Best way to do it's gonna be start at the top of the hill, lest we... Well, there's a bunch of rocks here we can't actually get rid of. Comes the other issue, like... maybe it's... Ooh, maybe... Maybe kind of, by... Oh, the train depot might be a nice place. Kind of out in that region. Just give it enough space to expand the train depot. That might be a good spot, actually. I tell you, the center of everything being the god of this world. See, Digi gets it. Digi understands. Digi knows. Digi's just buying their way into the into paradise. And it's working. So yeah, maybe build a warehouse over here, but yeah, like I say, leave enough space for more trains. So maybe like kind of back out in this, like maybe coming off of that pillar. God, I mean, so many belts are gonna have to come out this way. Oh well. Sometimes all you gotta do is just get started, right? Nut. Sometimes you just gotta get started and then figure it out from there. Nut. 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 She who controls the factory is the universe is hers. I mean, in a way, aren't we making this world? Because, I mean, yeah, we're pulling from these nodes, but the nodes are infinite. So we're bringing new material. We're bringing new matter into this world. Looks like that might be high enough. Requires deep water. I want to make sure it's water. Just get a straw and suck it up. That's gonna be high enough. I don't know if that's gonna be high enough. Oh, it needs to be like one more. I know I can align it to the world grid, but in this case I'm trying to align it to the height. Because while world grid works, there's no height grid, which is the new problem.
Yes, there is.
Is there?
Yes, the world grid is also meter aligned in height.
I call bull.
Do it. Be wrong.
Left control to... That can't be true though, because I've had foundations that are aligned to the grid, but they don't line up together. Oh, maybe I see what you're talking about though. Even though while they... Okay. By the meter, because these are 4 meters thing. Okay, no. You are technically correct. But it was against me, so it's the worst kind of correct. I need a lot of space for this, because that's one thing about this game is that it's easy to do is miscalculate or underestimate how much space everything takes. I want to build this in a way that's entirely expandable, because I don't know what our end requirement's going to be. I mean, we've got a hard limit of that wall over there, but that's quite a ways away. And we can go up. We couldn't do it over there because even going up had kind of a hard limit with everything. Our grid has vertical snaps, but it changes depending on the height of the foundation you're using. Yeah, that's what was catching me. Oh yeah, I went in the thing. So hopefully there's enough space for new train depots over there. If we expand that train depot, I don't know if we will. I need to go out this way. I don't know if I want to stay on super late today just because of... kind of waited a long time yesterday and dinner became an issue. In this case, we would only store one box of stuff. But we've got to build it in such a way I mean, we would obviously do some stacking like that. So what we could do is have the smart splitters filter stuff off where they need to go. And then if they end up full, they'll just keep going down a line. Or set up some kind of, we'll have to set up some kind of overflow thing. So if it can't go, it'll just keep going down the line and then ultimately go into a grinder. So you could make weird stairs with 1 meter foundation, which is kind of cool, but frustrating as well. I've seen what people have done with foundations to like get circles in this game. I'm trying to think if I do a bus line sort of thing though. How would I elevate? It's been a while since I've used smart splitters, so I gotta remember how they work. Did I leave? Oh, right. I think I could just make one. So you would have it in this way. It's been a while since I've used smart. So you would say, yeah, so you could do something like center is overflow. Does overflow count for something that doesn't go on the side, though? Okay, we're going to... Because, like, say I have multiple items on a belt. Say I've got, like, I don't know, copper sheets, iron plates coming in here. And say I've got copper sheets going that way, iron plates going that way. They get full. But I say want copper wire to still go down this way. If I set that to overflow, is that just gonna stop anything that's not in the filter, or will it let it pass? Guess we can test it, right? I kind of need to see it to know anyway. So we'll say iron plates. We want iron plates to go left. We want copper sheets to go right, and everything else. I think we need a recording of Nellie's perspective, which the Super Mario 2 Bros overworld music playing in the background with it in the background. Nellie is going crazy. Love listening to the train toot. But, oh, this is a good idea. Well, first experiment, will it sort them proper? So if I put those on there, do they count as overflow and will they just pass through? No, they don't. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay, good. So that's set to overflow. So, because they're not on the filter, they'll go ahead and pass through. Okay, that's good. That's step one I wanted to test out. Which means it should technically work if those boxes fill up with the item then. I don't have enough copper sheets. But I'll test it this way. So what I can do is artificially fill the boxes. Except I don't have enough copper sheets to test this. I've only got 3. The belt will fill up. I'm gonna test it with the iron plates though. So obviously when this fills up, the iron plates should just continue on down the line. Okay. Was there a pipe stuck in there? Is that a real pipe? Yeah, it is. It was stuck in the thing.
Splitters have like an internal buffer of 8 pieces.
Yeah, but that one pipe never came out, which was weird till I fed something else in. Okay, so this works exactly how I need it to. So when one side's full, it lets other things pass. Okay. This will work. I do want to spread these out a little bit further, but again, this is all just testing. Because So I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with stacking boxes. Unless I just run things to an end and run it back. Seems a bit silly. Could, actually I know exactly what I could do. You could just set up a smart splitter on the outside. Take it to the top belt. Wherever it needs to go. Yeah, we can do that. Well, no, we can't, because you can't set multiple items to one filter. So that makes things a little difficult. Again, I'm gonna have to think on this, how I want to do a warehouse layout. And then will come the monumental task of bringing everything over here. Setting up an overflow system, bringing it over here. Whether or not I load it on a train. We're about to gift. But yeah, bringing all things over here. Figuring out how to deal with stacks of boxes. Grind begins soon. I like doing central storage because, again, it works because you come here, you can get anything you need. If you see something in your inventory, it's like, oh, I need this. You go to one place. You don't have to search the factory for it. And two, it makes running things through the grinder easier because you just dump overflow, you know, into the grinder instead of having like multiple grinders set up or multiple locations of grinders. Just whatever you're surplusing will go into the grinder. Which I like the concept of. How did that happen? Oh, I see. But yeah, I'm gonna have to give it some thought. But I will probably log off soon. I'll leave the server running for a little while if folks want to either wrap things up or keep doing a little bit. Because this is now my project for the next little while. Wait. I'm not going just yet, but I'm saying I'm wrapping. Where's Nelly? There's Nelly. Nelly's up there. Oh, I see. Best to keep a track. We've got one. He's right out there. Oh, you can even see crates as well. Interesting. That's your radio. Oh, I see. Your radioactive corpse. Yeah, until you get radiation protection, you can't pick up, you can't pick that stuff up. Back, though. What, you want me to come up there? I'll just take the coal train's gonna get it. It's gonna be heading back up. I'll take a ride. Follow the coal line down. Roscoe P. Roscoe P. Coltrane. Yes. The real trick is going to be running everything over to the warehouse and making it look halfway decent. My initial thought would be to have just a train that circles the factory to pick up overflow, but don't know really how that would look, how many cars I would need. I would have to redo the rail every single time we expand the factory. Doesn't seem. Unless you have gathered depots, like little micro warehouses, where you just send everything to there, have a train come pick it up. Well, that might actually work. Yeah, build some little mini warehouses. Have a train come pick it up. I'll think about it. We'll analyze it. That'll be something I do next time. Oh, I know where you went. I've been up in that region before. I think I went and looked where bauxite was, and then again, this is where I stopped. Because you went up into the pink zone. I've been up there before. It's not a pleasant place. Whop! I'm in the water. You're just hauling this shit back, huh? I'm over here at your bauxite crate. Your bauxite box. It's probably a Luna solution. Would it be a solution or a suspension? I can't fucking remember my science terms between solutions and what's the other term? I can't remember it.
Yeah, suspension, emulsion.
That's it, yeah. Is it a solution or suspension emulsion? Yeah. That's what I was trying to think of. I was trying to be a science nerd. Oh, I hear spiders. God, I think it's trying to get up here. Oh God, I think it can path up here. Wow. She got a little cave bauxite processing. Sort of. Okay, so you're mining up just straight pure bauxite. Oh, you're doing the biomass thing? Oh, I see. So you're trying to set up a... I mean, honestly, Nelly, the easier thing to do would probably be just, if you've run a belt that far, just run a power cable. So we're mining up bauxite. Wasn't your original plan before finding out whiny water suckers need more power. More water, more water. Yeah, I've been up in this region too, because I know out there somewhere is more oil. Out in that direction. Because you go like across all this mess. Then down a cliffside. Goes down to where a bunch of oil is. No, I hear you down there. There's wrecks someplace up there that's surrounded by uranium rocks and needs turbo motors to open. Damn. So this will be a lack of blood on Nelly. He cleans up well. There's 4 oil spots to your west on the coast. Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, out there, there's a beach. There's a big dude guarding it. I remember that much.
The big dudes being the acid cows.
I mean, the ones that spit green fire? Are the ones that spit green fire the acid cows? That's fire. There's the spiders that spit acid. It looks and tastes like acid. Can't eat fire, Nelly. Can't stop you. Sure as hell try. Wish you've had a grappling hook when you're sliding. Well, there is the trick where you can really fly really far. What the hell? I don't think... Huh. No, that's actually right. So I don't recall them picking up that whole block, but yeah, they do that when the train's not empty. I like how it differentiates. If these things aren't empty, it'll just pick it up and shake some of the material out. But if they are empty, it'll just pick up that whole thing and drop it in the container. But yeah, there's the slide jump trick if you have... Did you? Wow, a bit of lag there. If you're shift running, and then you slide and then jump immediately after, you'll take off. Especially dangerous when going down an incline. Doesn't work going uphill though. Slide jump on a, oh yeah, Mark 5 belt. Jesus. Yeah, doing it on the fast belts is a quick way to kill yourself, really. Okay, but yeah, I'll leave things up and running for a little bit. For people can finish off. But I'm gonna prepare to sign off.
I need you to look at my refinery first.
Okay. Well, Nellie's already gone. And then switch to jetpack in the air. Well, that's a trick. Well, I would go check your refinery, but the tube's not working. Oh! That ramp just ends. I just healed myself, damn it.
I'm looking on it.
I thought you were working on the tube. I didn't realize the thing just ended. Oh, God. Alright, so what am I looking at over here?
Yeah, that part.
So you've been... Yeah, so you moved a lot of that. Wow, this is like a... Holy hell. This is like a proper oil refinery plant going on over here. See, so it looks like you've got some overflow happening. It's like maybe ours is just, no, those look like regular splitters. Oh, I see.
The grinder is hooked up to overflow.
Oh, okay. Reminds us, oh, I guess maybe not seeing it on this side? Yeah, that's a smart okay.
Yeah, add some fuel, some power. Plastic.
Wow. You've been busy. That was a Looney Tunes moment. Done for the day, too much thinking. I know the feeling. The tech things are starting to get way beyond you. Most of the stuff is actually pretty simple. It's just a matter you have to break it down a step at a time. Because it is quite easy to let yourself get overwhelmed. But if you just, like, you pick a starting point and just move on from there, you'll find yourself, it becomes easier. But if you try to, like, grasp it and do it all at once, you'll find yourself overwhelmed really quickly. And then easily frustrated and confused. You just gotta be like, oh, okay, well, I need this item. How do I make this item? Can I make this item? And just kind of, like I say, pick it up from one point and go from there. is making the petroleum coke. I see. But yeah, it can... Like, looking at this stuff, I'm going, oh my god, what's going on here? But I mean, I've built something similar to this before, so it's like... Immediately looking at it, I'm going, oh shit. But I mean, I have built something like it. Not this complex. Or to this scale, but... I've done it before. Next session, you think you'll go back to the safety of construction? It just gets worse the deeper you go. Figured out eventually, just gotta, yeah, go at your own pace. That's the thing, just take your time. That's the thing, this game doesn't rush you at all. That's one of the things I like about it so much, is it's... The only time you really ever feel rushed is at the start when you're dealing with biofuel. Once you get onto coal, the pace just kind of like slows down. And you're able to take things on at your own pace. Alright. But quite a bit accomplished today. So yeah, the Ficsmas factory is now what I call complete. Absolutely complete. We're making the matches for Mikey fireworks. We've got the snowballs being manufactured along with the Christmas bows, because they were the only other thing not being... And the snow. They were the only other thing not being... It's not right. They were the only thing not being manufactured separately. And eventually all this stuff is going to become unusable, like these ingredient parts, because once Ficsmas is over, this tab disappears. So you can't craft any more of this stuff. But things like, of course, snowballs will still work. The fireworks will still work. All that stuff will still work. I love the effort they put into making these signs. It's great. So yeah, we're manufacturing our fireworks, which is awesome. I love these two buildings. A little catwalk between them. It's all hooked up to its own circuit now, so eventually when Ficsmas is over and the factory can't even run, you can just flick that switch and it all disconnects itself from the main factory, and it's not including itself on our power. We did start the stars back up because all of the containers are now full. So all the separate parts, we have one full container of everything. Candy canes, all the bauble types, the branches, all of that is full. Same with the wreaths and candy canes. All that has filled up. And now we're manufacturing. We turned the stars back on again. I doubt we'll get a full box of stars before Ficsmas is over, but that's okay. Like I say, I almost never revisit an old factory. Once I stop playing Satisfactory, I just go back and I start a new factory. I really shouldn't. Especially at this point, but I don't know. There's something always fun about starting a new factory. Because I guess I always think, oh, I can do it better next time. And plus you have to like relearn. You come back to a factory like months and months later, like, oh god, what the hell was all of this doing? Yeah, it is nice to start fresh. I like doing that a lot. Can't wait to fulfill your vision of Moon Inc. We've done so much. I'm so proud of this map and everyone who's worked on it. I'm like super proud of everyone who's contributed. In some games, there's just something about that early grind that's fun. Yeah, there really is. It was kind of like that. I did that with No Man's Sky so many times, but I realized it was eventually starting to... It made it so I never got the late game stuff. And plus I got annoyed at having to relearn the languages all over again. I hated that grind after a while. But yeah, sometimes the fresh start's always nice. You started this run with the intention of building buildings and walls and all that, and the intention fell apart when you started doing aluminum processing. It's one of those things you gotta go back for, you know. You go back and fix it up. It's like these factories here, you know, they're cleanups. We took, you know, the mess of the Ficsmas factory, made it neat and tidy over there, and then all the excess stuff, we made it in nice buildings. I like sometimes keeping it open as well, because it's nice to look out on the factory and see everything that's moving and running. But the buildings are nice too, because then you like see this nice compound sort of you've got going. I was gonna look at something real fast. Oh yeah, so this is confirmed to be full, right? Yeah, there's no extra. So if I enter the number 26, it's not gonna show anything, right? Yeah, there's no. Only goes up to 25. Makes sense. Okay. But yeah, gosh, like I say, I'm proud of everyone that has contributed to this factory, because it is... I came into this to do Ficsmas. That was my intention. And it has just blossomed into something really, really incredible. You missed the start of stream. Did the firework stay strapped? No, it didn't. When I logged back in, the firework was no longer on her. It was gone. Which is weird, because that one firework that's sitting in front of that box is still there. But yeah, the one that was strapped to her was gone. So, yeah, I'm a bit disappointed it didn't stay. Yeah, this factory is amazing. I'm so happy. Everyone pitching in to do their thing, whether it's building cool stuff, making an awesome racetrack, making the factory just fucking run while I do Ficsmas. It's all amazing work. And unlocking all that stuff. Really good stuff. Okie dokie. But that's all for today. I'm off tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm going to work on some stuff, hopefully, depending on if nothing else is going on. In preparation for Thursday's stream. But I'm going to keep playing this. We'll keep going. This is also, I think, Wikaluna's last week off before she has to go back to work. So, you know, gotta let her work on the factory as much as possible. Well, there's still some major competency building in this thing. And plus, she's having a good time with it, too, so I don't mind. I might leave, like I say, I might leave the server running for her for a little while so she can get some extra work done. Plus, she's just really enjoying Satisfactory right now. Alright, guys. But yeah, like I say, thank you so much for joining me today. Nelly is off this week, but I'll still give her a shout out to her stream. Prime, who wasn't here today. Actually, oh, what's up? I guess he just took today off, which is cool. Or had stuff to do. He doesn't have a current set schedule, but he streams periodically, so be sure to check him out. He does cool stuff. But yeah, I'll be back on Thursday, and we'll continue more. I'm going to try to figure out how to build a warehouse to bring everything to a central location. And everyone else will be doing their cool things. So thank you guys so much for joining. Have a great afternoon and evening, everyone. Warehouse, their house. It's a warehouse. Werewolf. Have a great afternoon, evening, everyone. And I'll see you all next time. Warwolf.